Right, here we are. Just have a quick check of the channel. And we should all be hunky-dory. Are we working? Here we are. Right, all good. Morning, everybody. Join me today at Gold Valley Lakes for the Christmas Open match, and we've got 3 minutes, I think, before the all-in. And I just need to chop some worm, and then I will. Let's get some new chopped worm scissors. It's too much effort. Let's ask Father Christmas for some new chopped worm scissors. Right, that'll do. So yeah, we're at Gold Valley Lakes today. We're on the Christmas Eve open match, and I've drawn 104, which is the end peg on the Syndicate Lake. There was a open match here yesterday. This peg wasn't in, but either side was, had £40 each. The match was won by Paul Holland, I think, down peg 118 with 86 or something pound. So there's a few fish about, and I think loads of people caught. So I'm holding up some faith for today. I've gone all in for everything in terms of pulls, including the silverfish pool. So I am going to try and catch some silvers. And I'll just go over the plan for the day in a moment. Just fix me out. Ouch. Fall off. Oh, where are we going? So I plan to catch most of the fish on the simple Guru hybrid feeder. That's on a £8 main line down to an 019 hook length, size 14 QM1 with a bait band. And my bait here is an orange wafter from Ringers. Although I've bought some multicoloured ones, and I might use the white ones later today. So I've got some 2mm pellets, and that's the all-in from plain micros for that. And then I've also set up a little cage feeder about 18 turns towards the same direction, and that's going to be my silverfish line. And I'm just going to put some chopped worm in and some ground bait with a few pinkies. I'm going to put in a few feederfuls of that, and I'm going to just leave it. So we'll just empty this feeder a couple of times, hopefully more in the peg and not under my feet. Guy opposite me is feeding the pole line. Two of the really good anglers at the venue, a guy called Charlie and Jeb, they're just casually wandering back. I think when you get a cup of tea, it's a bit chilly. Well, it's not too bad today. And they've got the wind in their face though, because they're on the far bank. And I will, as I say, just put a few feederfuls of this ground bait in, and I'll leave it an hour. And if I'm not catching, at that point I will go on it and have a little look. Some fish light on there, an 013 hook length to a size 18. Should be good for a few skimmers, hopefully, and some proper size bream. If the carp turn up, then I'll just change the rig and step it up. And if I've not caught on that line after a few hours, if I've been on it, then I will just fire some pellets over it and see if I can wake some fish up. Alright, one more feeder full and then that'll do me. I'll get out on that method. Thanks for tuning in at Christmas time. Hope everyone's having a nice break if you've stopped already, and if not, you're finishing today, I guess. I wish you all a Merry Christmas for tomorrow. I actually plan on fishing tomorrow as it happens. Weather being permissible. We'll talk more about that later. Right. That's that done. Let's get down to business. Just a plain open-ended, just a plain Guru hybrid feeder. Nothing changed. 2mm pellets, very ungainly, placed on the top. And I will get that out and get fishing. I just remembered I've got a bottle of goo actually. Thought I'd treat myself today, being Christmas nearly. Although that's now too far away. Nearly set up. What's the time? Just gone 9 o'clock. So we're fishing 9 till 2. We didn't have long to set up today. Let's move that landing net. Down there will be alright for the moment. And we'll give this first cast, I'll give it 5 minutes. And I'll probably move it to 10-minute casts. If the weight yesterday was 80 £, the fish are probably averaging just shy of 8, so probably about 12 fish today, 13 fish, 2 fish an hour, a bit more, it's not a lot. So 10-minute casts, I think, seem about right. I'm happy with that landing net. Put it there. Just want that tip down a little bit further. How much treat your keep nets? Right. What does the picture look like? Everything alright? I've got a second camera set up today, just to my left. It's not plugged in to this, but it's there, so I can do a little video later for the day if I catch, and not if I don't. I think that's the principle now, moving forward. So yeah, 13, 14 fish today will be fantastic. As I say, they had 40 £, either side of me yesterday. I've got 3 spare pegs to my right. I've got at least 1 spare peg to my left. Maybe 2. So it could be quite interesting. There were quite a few carp caught yesterday, like all around the lake. I'm a little bit unsure if I should just fire pellets. You know, it's not cold. I don't know what the water temperature is, so I'm going to take my guide from the anglers on the far bank who fish it all the time. So I am tempted to fire pellets over the top of that method, because it's not far, and with the wind behind me I could fire 8mm pellets to the rope. We're pretty close to it, so I'm just going to keep an eye on Jeb and Charlie. Now they can't, it's harder for them, the wind's blowing in their face, it's all nice and still in front of me, but over on that far bank you'd say it was blowing a gale. So we'll just keep an eye on things. Morning everybody. And so I'll take my guide, you know, I say this a lot about match fishing. The guy over there, I think he's just netted a fish. Or is he messing with his keep nets? He had a landing net in his hand, as if he'd just netted, put a fish in the net. So yeah, I need to watch the anglers on the far bank and quickly try and assess how they're approaching it today. Charlie's looking like he's in full winter mode, standing up behind his box. So that's interesting. Another guy just keeping an eye on Jeb. It looks like he's still setting up. So we've got, he's fed to the pole, he's fed the pole opposite me. Charlie's on a method or a bomb. Jeb's on a method or a bomb. I'm wondering if I should fire pellets. I think I'll see how it goes. If I start to catch a few fish and I'm feeling confident, I might put some pellets over the top. Otherwise we're just going to stick with the method. And we'll try and catch a few silvers. Just because there's a separate silverfish pool. And I'm in it, so you know I need to catch some silvers to qualify for that. If I don't catch them on this method, then I will need to drop on that line at some point and try and pick up a silver or two, even if it's one fish, you know. We will see. If I'm catching a few carp, I'll leave it and I'll give it another minute or so, and then I'll bring it in and recast it. Looking at the weights the last few weeks on this lake, you know, it very much looks as if winter's not set in yet. You know, that's a little liner then. Okay, I'm going to leave this a little bit longer. I think that was a little liner. I was looking ahead of me. So yeah, it looks as if winter's not quite set in. There's still fish coming out of nearly every peg. There are a few pegs that are catching a few more than others. But with this space today, I feel pretty confident. And you know, let's see what happens over the next 5 hours. Morning, Dan. Yeah, I think it could be a bit like that. You know, certainly not the height of summer. You know, they're gonna start to slow down. You know, this is where, you know, you fish here quite a lot in the pole, on the pole in the winter. And you'll hook the odd carp and you'll get them in on blue hydro or pink hydro, you know. Even 8-10 pound fish. You know, they don't want to do a lot in the winter months. So you can get them out on, you know, 013, 011. I would like to say without too much trouble. I think if you fish the blue hydro through a full length top kit, there's so much stretch in it, the fish don't want to swim that far, you know, even when you hook them. I think the last video I did here where I came and I caught a fish on the waggler, and I was trying to catch on the waggler and the pole. I had a fish on the pole and the waggler, which carp that was, it wasn't the plan, and I got them in no problem. I think I was fishing 011 bottom. So yeah, they do slow down for sure. So that hasn't developed into anything, so I will recast that. As I said, we'll stick to, maybe I'll do 5 minutes on the next one. I've got that other buoy, I don't know what that's for, on top of the rope, so I've got to be a little bit mindful of that. I'm thinking about it now, maybe I should have just fished that a little bit shorter. I didn't think a little bit too much about that when I was setting up. Now I'm sort of having a think. I need to think about it. Well, on the Syndicate Lake. Talking about Dan, or are you talking about Middle Lake? Middle Lake's got an old island in it with the top cut off it, which is up at the end pegs, 61, 2, 3, well not 61, but if memory serves me rightly, 2, 3, 4 and 5. You end up fishing on the top of the island in the summer. I used to really like Middle Lake when it had the island in it. I think fishing to islands is fun, and you don't get a lot of it here, but there's nothing to fish to in Syndicate Lake. It's all open water fishing, which is nice as well, by the way. Gold, there's a couple of islands in it. There might, well, I don't know. I'm not going to disagree if Will told you, because he'll know for sure, but I don't ever remember there being an island. And I fished this venue all the way back for when it was Spring Lakes. So just before John purchased it, actually, I was asked if I'd come and fish it. And I remember when I came round to fish it, the speedboat was still going around Gold Lake, and someone was water skiing off the back of it, and I fished over on the far bank of what's the bungalow now, where you can't fish, where there's that old concrete little building. I fished along there with my back to the railway line, and I caught a load of big old bream on the pole. I remember doing that. John just wanted an idea of what fish were in here, if I remember. It's a long time ago, right? It's 30, how long ago is that? 30 years ago. Yeah, 30 years ago, so I remember driving around myself. So about 30 years ago, I guess. And I don't remember there being an island. But then also the lake configuration was slightly different then. There's another little liner on that, little indication on that tip, so there might well be. Yeah, I think that's right. It may be risen slightly. Yeah, I understand what you say about an island. It's more of a plateau more than an island, but yeah, I get what you mean. Certainly, I've always felt on the far bank, I'll get my numbers wrong now, 120, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, about peg 128, somewhere like there. I seem to remember a discussion once around it's slightly sunken there because that was where the lorries used to drive in to get the gravel out. So like 128 or something, there's effectively a slightly lower piece of water, and then because of that, where the lorries have gone in, that peg's slightly lower, slightly deeper, and then you get sort of two marginal shelves that effectively run out into the lake. And I think that's why people catch around, you know, peg 128 quite well, regardless of the method that they're using. Because I always thought that held fish a little bit more than other parts of the lake, but you know, you've got to speak to people that are fishing it very regularly to work that kind of stuff out, or you've got to spend a day, and I've not done this and I've fished the place for 25, 30 years, you've got to spend a day going from peg to peg and marking it out with a marker rod, which, to be honest, I don't know why I haven't done in all the years I've fished the venue. Maybe I'll do that one day over the winter, just come out with one of my cart rods with a big marker float on it and just map the lake out. Right, I'm just going to take a couple of turns off that clip. I'm just going to quickly recast that and check. I've got a paranoia now about that buoy that's sticking out there. A couple more and I'll be happy with that. Still a bit far, I think. A quick check of that. So I didn't have time, I didn't think about fishing the pole today. Yeah, that's, yeah, that'll do. And it's really nice in front of me now. We weren't going to have long. We were draw at 8, fish 9 till 2. Only an hour to draw and get here, but we did a rolling draw, so there was a little bit of extra time. But yeah, it would look nice for the pole today. I was thinking about packing light. Typical. Right. Okay, I feel happy about that now. So I've not helped the bait spreading around. I feel happy that if I hook a fish, it's not going to get in that. Just kite straight to the left and end up in that buoy with that bit of stretch, you know. We'll see. Yeah, that might be. Yeah, that might be a perfect idea. Come down with a deeper. I use my catfish reels with £30 braid on them. start lobbing that thing around. Well, to be honest, it would be a lot. It's not too difficult if I just come with a 2-ounce lead, 3-ounce lead, and a pike float. I should be able to do it. You might be able. You might be right with the deeper though. You might see the contours of the lake a lot better. I've not used one. Maybe when I get 10,000 subscribers, I'll come to Gold with a deeper and map the lake out for everyone. No, I don't, Dan. I've always used, since they came out, I've always used Guru hybrid feeders here. And I've caught plenty of fish. Plenty of fish. I think if you have a little search, I think the Guru boys did a bunch of videos. In fact, I know they did a bunch of underwater videos. The Boston, I think it was, with Matt and Steve and Andy. You know, I think that there's a few videos on their website of them using underwater fish footage, and they're fishing a hybrid feeder, just the same as it hits the deck every time when it's fully loaded. Sometimes in the summer I will I'll put more on top that are softer, so I'll pack the first lot a little bit harder, and then I'll put some more on the top that's softer, so it does break off a little bit more. But no, I don't think it comes off on impact. And I think they squish in more than... Well, I haven't used a Preston method for a long time, but I think that just plain 2 mils are sticky enough to hold it, no problem. Right, we'll time that to past. Yeah, I think you're right. I think I might have seen that one with Jamie. Right. I'll redo it at 1/2 past. Now I've changed spots. I need to just have a couple of casts in the same spot, I think. Nothing going on around me. Yeah, have fun, Dan. Nice chatting to you. Right. So he's not caught on the opposite me, and then the other two anglers, nothing. And then the next guy, I think he might have had one, I'm not sure. The conditions are the same as yesterday, so you know, I don't think the weights will be that much different. You know, the lake should perform. There's plenty of fish in Syndicate Lake. As I sit here not having had a bite for 30 minutes, but I have messed about where I'm fishing, which may have lost me 20 minutes of effort, but let's see. Try and get myself into a little rhythm. And see what happens. So I should have a few good days of fishing lined up over the next week. I know the weather's going to be, you know, absolutely awful, but I've got the opportunity to go fishing, so I'm going to look to get out in it as much as I can. I think Wednesday's the write-off day. But I've got the opportunity to do some fishing, so I need to take it and put some time on the bank. I want to get back out on the river. It's a bit fast still, but I think we'll leave here at, what time are we finishing today? 2 o'clock. I should be able to go get back home and check the river out just before it gets dark. Looking to fish either on the pole feeder or get out on the feeder tomorrow. I've got a couple of spots in mind, and I should be able to stream from them too, so hopefully I can get out and catch some fish on the river on Christmas Day. That would be great. So we'll see, but I think it might be raining and that might change my mind on what I'm going to do or where I'm going to fish. But I do fancy getting on the river, catching some chub or some bream on the pole feeder again. Failing that, just lobbing a normal feeder around. But we'll see. The way that Jeb is standing up makes me think he's not fishing to 5-minute casts, he's fishing for a lot longer. What's a good weight today? 50 pound? 6-7 fish for that? I think he might be fishing 10 or 15-minute casts maybe. I think what I'll do is I'll leave this for another 5. I think I'll fish 10-minute casts. Maybe I'm a bit too eager. What's clear though is no one, if I'm looking at the 3 anglers opposite me, they're not putting any bait in over the top. So I think I can rule that out in the head. Excuse me. Right. Can you even see that bob tip? I'm not sure you can. Yeah, I've got a bit of a funny angle there, haven't I? Let's change it to that. That's better. It's sitting there for half an hour and you can't see the tip. So over the next week, I'm not sure, I'm going to try and fish a couple of places. I'm going to probably come back here to Gulf Valley for a day. I want to go up to Tunnel Barn Farm for a day. I might go and fish Willow Park Small Lake for a day. and then get out on the river as well, and possibly a day or two at Orchid Lakes. I went last Thursday. Yeah, I went last Thursday to try and catch a pike. We blanked, which was quite unusual. Not last Thursday. What's today? Sunday. This Thursday. And but the wind was absolutely howling around, and we had it in our face. And we had one sort of half take, and the presentation didn't feel right with the wind. Now, I don't think it's going to be any nicer this week with the wind, but I've got a different peg in mind that we could go and fish that might make it a little nicer, so we'll check that out. So I might go back to Orchid. But yeah, I might have to go and do a day at Willow Park. I've not fished it for 20 odd years. Catch some fish on the little lake. So it's a little bit different, my setup at the moment. I'm just fishing this single camera stream for the live stream, and I've got a secondary camera for the extra footage and a different camera angle for when I make the little videos. But I'm going to practice a few different little things over the course of the next few weeks and months, either getting the laptop back out and getting two cameras set up again, so I can switch between it during the stream. I don't want to do it a lot in the winter, in the rain. It worked out okay, but I don't have a big enough space on my tray to do that, really, in the when it might rain. It's all right in the summer where I can put the two trays out on my box. It works all right, but not too well in the winter and rainy months. So I'll have a little play with that, and I'm also gonna do one or two streams that I'll put across Twitch, Facebook and Instagram, and have a little mess about, get that set up over the next couple of weeks. I might run a little test stream when I'm tying some rigs, and see if that works out, and then still do a video to YouTube. I'm not sure. At the moment I'd like to stream to Twitch as well as a platform, but they still don't allow multi-stream to multiple platforms for people that are on their affiliate program, and I've got affiliate program on another Twitch channel already, so I don't want to get any complications if I'm streaming to like 4 platforms at the same time. But I'm gonna have a little play with it over the next few months. See what I can do that works out well. Right, so what have we got? 1:45, no bites. Want 2 fish an hour, 2 fish behind. But I probably lost 20 minutes to casting in a different spot. although the people opposite me aren't catching either. I think what I'll do is I'll fish round to 10:30 on this line, and then I'll have a cheeky little look on that ground bait line. I think that's what I'll do. See if there's any fish there. As I was saying, I'm in the silverfish pool, and in order to win some money out of that, I've got to actually catch some silvers, so got to try and make that happen as well during these 5 hours. So I think what we'll do is we'll settle into 10-minute casts on this method, fish it through to half past, and there are a couple of little chucks on that shorter line, try and catch a skimmer or two, and get back out on this line. And if I don't get fish another hour after that, I will just ping the odd 8mm pellet over the top, because at that point I think I'll have not a lot to lose, and I might need to try and stimulate something. It's just typical. The one day I decided to not bring the pole, I've drawn a peg that I'd quite happily fish the pole in today. It's crazy. Oh, little indication. What do we want for time? Not due to recast it for another 4 minutes. Let's see. I'm hoping that that's not my bite. Okay, so the guy directly opposite me has come off with the method line. He was fishing a method to the rope. He's come off of that. He's done a little look on his pole line. I saw him cupping some bait in at the start. I don't know what he put in, but he definitely had a few ship outs. Although with that wind blowing over there like that, it must be quite awkward for him holding the pole. I think he's fishing 11, 13 metres. I think his presentation is going to be quite difficult, but let's see what he catches. I'll keep a little eye out on him anyway. Right. 2 more minutes and I'm going to recast this method. wait for that tip to just bend around and pull the rod off the rest of the so. Right, that's what it gets. Right, a fish before the hour's out would be nice, please. So at least I've had that indication. So there's something swimming around. And we've got what, 4 more casts. And then I will look on that short line where I put some ground bait earlier. There's plenty of bream in this lake as well. They don't generally show till the winter months, and you've got to fish for them to catch them. So I put some chopped worm out and some pinkies. I don't know what it was, 8 little feeders full of ground bait. So that should be enough. And I'll go over and have a look and see if there's anything there. See if I can catch some silvers for the silverfish pool and then get back out on there for some carp, but it's a bit slower than I wanted. As I was saying, they had £40 off the pegs left and right of me yesterday. This one wasn't in. I don't think the conditions are any different than it would have been here yesterday. It's grey, overcast, threatening to rain. 15, 18 mile an hour wind with 30 mile an hour gusts, something like that. So yeah, I am expecting to catch a few fish, but let's see. Right, that's 5 minutes, this cast. Seems a lot different now fishing a lake after fishing the river a few times. When I'm fishing the river, I think to myself, you know, the river's moving and the fish are moving, and you know, there might not be too many fish around, and I think when I'm fishing there, I get thoughts of a lake and think that, you know, the fish are there and you know they're there, and it's, you know, more positive. And now I'm fishing a lake, I'm sitting there thinking that the fish are more sleepy and they're not moving around so much as they would do as if they're in a river. Which is probably just because this tip's not going around. Okay. So interestingly, Charlie's fishing the pole opposite, which I haven't seen him feed, and he's fishing it short to his left, about 6 meters. I think he's fishing it into the wind, like head straight on into it from where he is. But I wouldn't expect him to fish that sort of line. But he's done what? He's done an hour on the bomb, or the method, for nothing, so time for a change, I guess. I'm going to stick with this method till half past, just because I was casting different for the first 20 minutes. So till half past, it'll give me an hour. And then I'll have a look on my shorter open-ended feeder line and see if there's any bream or skimmers. He's still on the pole opposite, so it's not a quick look he's doing. He's not eating any bites as far as I can see. We've got 2 more minutes. I think what we'll do is I'll bring it in 2 minutes, then I'll do 2 15-minute casts. I'm hitting the same rough spot, so I'll ease off a bit. These pellets will break down, but I don't want to flood the place with pellets if there's no feeding fish in the area. Right, let's recast it. We're going to give this 15 minutes then. Oh, Royal Berkshire. I need to go to Royal Berkshire. Maybe I can tie that in over the holidays. It's a venue I've not fished all year actually. I fished it a few times last year. I really like the place. I moved a little bit further away, so it's a little bit of a longer drive, but we get down there and catch some F1s and some stockies. I saw Bradley was putting some more fish into Lake 2. I'm thinking if I fish the causeway between Lake 2 and Lake 3, if the wind's in the right place, I can do a little bit of fishing to the far bank and a bit of open water. I think that'd be nice. So yeah, I'll add that on the list. So assuming that the weather doesn't turn into, you know, the apocalypse over the next couple of weeks, I'll try and fish Tunnel Barn Farm, Royal Berkshire, Gold Valley, River Thames, and maybe Willow Park. I'm torn on Willow. I used to fish it a lot, and it's, you know, not quite the same place as it used to be. I think, I don't know why I'm pausing between sentences, in middle of sentences, but it's not quite the same venue that it was, so it doesn't live up to my memories of how it should, you know. Not how it should, how it was, I think is a better explanation. But I think it's probably the one venue in the country where I can genuinely say I fished every single peg. And that was before they repegged the big lake. But I used to fish that venue every day when I was a kid. Before that A331 came along, which you can hear in the background. Separated the venue from my parents' house. It was a sad day when that got announced. Right, come on fish. I've done enough chatting and filling. It's been an hour. About 2 little liners. We've got 2 more casts on this method before we try on the short line. And then we'll get back out onto the method again, I think. I don't know how much this glue, does this goo last in this bottle? It looks just as green and smelly as it did. I don't have sell by dates. This is a couple of years old, but I'm sure it still stinks, and that's the only thing I'm looking for. So I'll put a streak of that on the next cast. Charlie's having a good look on that pole line. I think the guy opposite's What's he doing? He's cutting chopped worms, what he's doing. Just trying to work out from watching what he's doing. He's putting in chopped worm. But strange, I've not seen, you know, none of those three have caught a fish that I've seen. I've not caught. Yet there was fish caught all around the lake yesterday. As I was saying, I don't think the conditions are any different. Morning, Simon, how you doing? There's not much action to report, I must say. But we're out fishing. Come on, fish. Maybe I need to talk myself into a bite. I've got, what, seven minutes left of this cast, and then I've got one more, and then I'm going to try on the shorter line and see if I can catch myself a silverfish. But yeah, it's a bit slow considering there was £40 caught either side of me yesterday, and there's no pegs. Oh, little indication then. This is it, I've got to talk myself into a bite. So there was I'm on the end peg, so there's nothing in 101, 2, 3. I'm on peg 104. I don't think there's anyone in 105 or 106 either. So I've got 6 pegs, and I've had one liner. Well, two indications. I wouldn't call them liners. And that's it. Oh, no good, mate. Well, all I can say is hope you get better soon. The weather's going to be shocking, and I'll be fishing all week, so you can tune in. Morning, Mick. Merry Christmas. You have to do that tomorrow. I'm going to fish tomorrow, Mick. I'm going to be out on the river, I think, on Christmas Day. The better half of my family is travelling to Germany for a couple of weeks, so I am home alone and available to fish. So I'm just planning out a little bit of a bonanza fishing trip over the next couple of the weeks, and the weather's going to be awful. I think Wednesday's a write-off with terrible rain, but I was just saying earlier, I'm going to look to fish another day at Gold Valley, a day at Tunnel Barn Farm, a day at Royal Berkshire, at least another day on the river. It might just be, you know, a lot of blanking going on, but we'll see what we can come up with. But I've got another 5 minutes of this cast, and then I'm back out for one more. I'm fishing the open match today at Gold Valley Lakes in Aldershot. There's quite a few on the lake actually. I think it's peg 2 miss 1 pretty much. Be 15 to 20 anglers on it today, which is not bad. We didn't have too long. It was a 8 o'clock draw, fish 9 till 2. And I thought because of that I'm not going to bring my pole. I didn't fancy it in the wind, and as it happens I've got the wind off my back, and I could have happily fished the pole today at 11-13 metres. But instead I've plonked for a method line and then a shorter line for skimmers, so we'll see what happens. But at the moment nothing's going on. The match was won yesterday with 86 pounds, something like that, so we'll see what I can come up with. But at the moment it's very quiet. Okay, so now Jeb's got his pole out. He's gone on that after an hour and a bit. Charlie's back on the feeder opposite me. I know some of the anglers that fish it regularly, this venue, and they're very good anglers as well, so they're always a good point of reference in terms of what to fish. It's completely different conditions for them on that side of the lake though. I've got the wind off my back. It's as, you know, it's as still as you like in front of me, but they've got the wind full on their face. Close to 20 miles an hour with 35-mile-an-hour gusts, so it's quite unpleasant. It's a fair play to Jeb. He ships out 13 metres of pole. No, he's put another section on, 14.5 metres. Okay. I didn't know better. I was saying he's flicking a pellet for carp. His catapult's coming out. I think that is exactly what he's doing. He's a fantastic angler, Jeb. Fishes this venue a lot. And I've learned quite a lot off that fella over the years, but I can't say I would have thought about doing that today, but you know, I think that's what he's doing. Flicking a pellet for carp has become a really important summertime tactic here on the pole. People are doing it a lot, catching lots of fish. The lake record was broken this year fishing that exact method. A guy called Ashley, I think he weighed, I think it was 300 and something pound fishing that way. But it's not something I'll be doing Christmas Eve, but fair play to him. Right, what we got? 2 more minutes, then 1 more cast. And I'm going into the second hour, 2 fish behind where I wanted to be. There's currently no fish in the net. Okay. Looks like Charlie started to ping some pellets. Oh, there was an indication there. A bit more of a liner that did. So we'll leave it an extra minute. So I suspect what's going on is a thought in their minds on the far bank that they've not caught for an hour, so they need to stimulate something to happen. They need to stimulate the carp into thinking feeding is a good idea, or create a bit of noise in their peg to get some attention for some fish. And that might be exactly what they're doing. Alright, we're going to give this another 30 seconds and then I'm going to recast it. Alright, so we're going to have one more cast on this, and then we're going to look on the shorter line with a ground bait feeder. Cheers, mate. Right, what's that goo? Right, this stuff's absolutely minging on my hands. Right. Get some dead maggot ready. I'm going to fish. Cut a dead maggot on that feeder line when I go on it. I have a couple of casts with dead maggot, and a couple with a couple of pinkies on it, something like that. But we've got 10 more minutes, and a carp would be nice at this point. In fact, anything would be nice. I'll take a roach. In the summer, it's, you know, you're able to do a lot of damage in an hour on this venue. When the carp decide to rock up, or they decide to start to feed in numbers and aggressively, you know, the chance of that in the winter is a lot less. You need to be putting fish in your net every hour. And every hour that goes by without any fish is a problem. So if we finish this with nothing on this feeder, and I think I will ping a couple of pellets over the top of it, and I'll go back on it again, but we'll see. I'm going to go short in 15 minutes on a little ground bait feeder. Feeders of bait on it to start with some chop worm and some pinky, and I've given that just over an hour now, so if there's some fish to be had, they'll be there by now. I would have thought. But we'll give this another 10 minutes. Since then, Charlie's gone back out on the method of the bomb, and he's gone back on the pole again now. He's looking to catch a fish somewhere in his peg. Fishing a long line on his pole with pellet. I'm just in awe of that. You know, fair play to the guy. He's fishing 13 metres with the wind in his face. Fishing a method that I wouldn't dream of doing today. I don't think he's fishing for silvers. He's got his catapult out again. So I think he's pinging pellet over there. What's the time? 7 more minutes on this cast. Oh, there's an indication. Come on. Ever so slightly little bend in the rod. I would hope any bite is something more substantial than that. I expect the Tim to just get pulled round as normal. But there's something in the area, so that's positive. At the moment, I'll take that. quiet. Another little indication on the tip. Tiny though. How long have we got left? 5 minutes. More minutes, then I'm going to bring it out and I'm going to change, but still hopeful that tip's going to go around in the next 3 minutes. So the reason I'm coming off of it is because there's a silverfish pool today and I've put a few casts of ground bait. I was short of feeder line on open feeder just to try and catch myself a bream or skimmer, or some bream and some skimmers, to put some fish in the net for the silverfish pool. But another tiny indication then on the tip. Really tiny little tap, which I can only assume is a fish swimming near the line. It's not a big liner, it's not bending round really slowly, it's not aggressive enough to like a fish has grabbed it and the hook's just dropped out. It's not moved it that much, it's just a tiny little indication on the tip. I want to try and maintain some discipline at coming off this, fishing that other line. Right now I don't think that they've caught, I don't think any of the people on the far bank that I can see, the three of them, I don't think any of those people are caught, and I've not caught, which really surprises me. There was fish caught in these areas yesterday and there's so many fish in the lake. Temperatures are not that different, the conditions are not different. It could be that it's a bit early, but we'll see. Give it 1 more minute and then I'm coming off of it. I'll chuck that ground bait feeder for a few casts. That's all he gets. Let's quickly hook this hook length there. Right, I think we'll fish double dead maggot to start with. Just a few dead maggots in the feeder. So these short little chucks. It's probably what, 20 metres? Maybe a little bit further. A little ground bait feed. I better hook a carp now. I've got an 013 bottom on here. A size 18. I'm just looking to catch a bream or a few skimmers or anything. So let's see. I'll do 5 minutes on the first cast and then I'll do 10 minutes from there on in. And if it gets absolutely pulled round, I'm going to have to think about what I could do about setting up a different rig for it. But you know, typically the way I'm now going to fish on the silverfish line, and I've got this horrible nasty feeling that the tip's going to slam round and there's going to be a carp on the end of it. Because that generally happens now. Every time I come fishing for silvers on this venue, I end up catching carp. So let me get a 4-pound bream in the net and then let's go. But I've got it clipped up, so I really don't fancy a big lump on this line. But I'm not going to do 5, I'm going to leave it actually for longer. I'll leave it another 5 minutes in total now. I don't want to encourage a carp. It's generally the way if you're fishing for bream and skimmers in this lake, in Syndicate Lake, you need to put in a volume of bait to start with, and then that's it. If the bite's shy off, just rest it, don't top it up. It seems to be a surefire way in this lake, especially if you top up a bream line with more ground bait throughout the day or anything, the carp just decides that, you know, that's enough of that messing about, and they're going to come in on the line, which isn't the same on all venues. You know, you can quite happily top up, but here, if you top up a pole line after, you know, trying to catch bream and stuff, then it's just the bream don't want to know, and then the carp decide they want some. So let's not cast too often. Well, I was hoping for something a little bit more instant than this, based on how slow it had been on the other line. I was hoping to drop in on here and get an instant reaction, but it looks like that's not going to happen. Oh, no, tell a lie, that was a little indication there. Okay. How's that been in? Just over 5 minutes. So I'm staring that tip down intently now, willing it to go round. Just gonna kill off a couple of fluoro pinkies. Just roll them on my leg to kill them. Next cast I'll do 3 fluoro pinkies. Afternoon, if you're just joining me, it's just after an hour and a half into the 5-hour match at Gold Valley today. I'm peg 104 on Syndicate Lake, and I'm currently blanking, but I'm just trying my short line, a little ground bait feeder. I've been out on the method towards the rope for the first part of the match for no success. But I'm just trying to catch. Okay, I've lost a maggot. I'm just trying to catch a fish at the moment. I'm in a silverfish pool as well as the main pool, so you know, I'm thinking positively about taking home all the money. But in order to do that, I need to catch at least a silver, as well as everything else. I'm just fishing a little ground bait feeder. I put a few casts in earlier. I put in some chopped worm and a few pinkies on this line. I'm only fishing, you know, it's a short chuck, 20 metres out. You know, just further than the pole line, the waggler line really, I would say. If I was to have the waggler rod with me today. But we only had an hour and a half, not an hour and a half, it was a draw 8, fish 9 till 11, 9 till 2. So we only had an hour. I got a bit longer because we did a rolling draw when I arrived. So a little bit longer, but I didn't have long today. And so I thought I'd end up fishing the method and maybe a bomb line and also a short line. And it's not far to the line. You know, this part of the lake's not very wide at all at Syndicate. It's narrow down this end of the lake. And so the method to the rope is not far at all. It doesn't really give enough distance for a bomb line as well as a short line. So I'm only fishing the 2 today. So I'm trying to catch a silver on this ground bait feeder. And I just tried double red dead maggot. Now I've got on 3 fluoro pinkies. And I just need to eke out a bream or 2. I'll just see how we're going to go. I've given myself half an hour for it in my plan. And I've had one little indication after 5 minutes, but let's see if I can get a bite on triple pinky. If I can't, then next cast I'll do a dead maggot and a dead pinky. At the moment things are very quiet. I'm going to give this half an hour. Then what I might do, if I don't get anything on it, I will go back out on the method. I might ping some maggots over this line. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to catch some silvers and not attract carp. That's the thing. And I would have thought I should be able to do it with just some ground bait, but if I don't catch, I've got to try something else. But I don't see them catching opposite me either. All three anglers opposite me that I can see easily are all on the pole. They're not catching. So we'll give this a little bit longer. Yeah, if I can, yeah, I should be able to get a signal. It's only around the corner from here, Simon. But yeah, I've got the next 2 weeks. I've got the next 2 weeks. I've got the next week off work, so I've got a full 7 days. Now Wednesday looks like it's going to be terrible weather around these parts, like really bad. I don't mind rain. It's not a problem, but I don't want to fish, you know, where it looks like I might need an arc, you know, and that's like, it's like Wednesday. So over the course of the next 7 days, I might try and do Gold Valley, Willow Park, River Thames, Royal Berkshire, Tunnel Barn Farm. Those 5 venues across 7 days. If that was 5. So we'll fish for F1s at Tunnel, F1s and stockies at Royal Berkshire, bream and chub on the Thames, F1s and stockies at Gold. I might fish the Middle Lake, and skimmers and whatever else I can catch out the little lake at Willow. Well, I've not fished it for 20 odd years, but Willow Park that is. But the stockings, there's a fish just topped just in front of me, about 16 metres to my left. Well, in the peg to my left, 16 metres out. So I'm really confident about catching on this short line. So this, what, 20 metres? It's plenty. But that tip's not moving. Actually, is that water? Okay, clear. Colour might put them off, but I don't think so. Right, so another car. Right, this is a dead maggot and a dead pinky. I've got a bit of chop worm in it and all. Wow. I think we can. I always try and work some things out on the small lake. Like I was saying earlier, I used to fish Willow Park every day as a kid, and I have fished every single peg on that middle lake. Although that's probably not true, because when the road came in, they had to make the lake smaller. So the lake used to be slightly bigger than it is nowadays. And there's a couple of pegs, I guess, that have been made since the road went in that I haven't fished. But I'm going to rock up and I'll fish the first pegs near the calf shop. I'm sure there's still a calf shop there. Then I'll go and fish the pole. I suspect the stocking's not any really different than it was when I fished it all those years ago. It'll be skimmers, a few bream, some tench, crucian, perch, roach, a few carp, stuff like that. I used to really enjoy on that lake. I think it was when we first started really fishing down the margins for carp. I used to fish under the willow tree, chucking in hempen caster, fishing a big old dendra on the hook. But it was so unrefined. I'd fish it with a waggler. You know, I hadn't really thought about changing it to a pole float at that point, so I used to fish it with a waggler. I used to catch carp down the edge. Excuse me. And then we used to fish a waggler shallow in that lake, catching tench a foot deep. I remember that was the first sort of shallow fishing that was going on. You know, it was before the days of pellets. You know, just chucking a waggler, spraying maggots, catching tench up in the water. And that's a fish. I hope it isn't a carp. I hope it's a bream. It's coming in like it's a bream. I need it to be a bream. It's not, it's a carp. It's a carp, and I've got 013 bottom on. This is my silvers line. Either that or they put some £10 bream in here, and I don't think so. It might be an F1. What is this? Oh, a carp. It's nice, an F1. So F1's under £1, count the silvers. That's not under £1, is it? Ferret ship as well. Right, you're not £1, so you can go in there. Right, we're not blanking then. Is that out of the little lake, Simon? At Willow, or is it out of the middle lake? Right, let's put some pinkies in. So pinkies and chopped worm. Come on, if you're a skimmer, you're going to love that, surely. Right, come on, nearly silver. Oh, okay. I'll have a little look. I think there's a guy that I know. Well, in fact, I know there's a guy that I know called James that works there. I've known him since we were kids. I'll give him a call. But yeah, as long as the weather's not too horrific, I will try and get out most days next week. Indications again and again. Interesting. Yeah, I'll try and get out again and see what I can catch. I figured that a lot of people will be off work and might not want to be fishing, so it might be a good chance to broaden my exposure on the channel if I fish quite a bit during this week, so that's the plan. So we caught fish. It's not the plan at all. Yeah, I've known James. James and I, well, I've known James for a long time, since we used to fish in Shorefields Lake together. And I remember this must be 30 years ago. James and I fished on the first day of the season, and we fished through the night. So I remember we got set up. I remember the all-in getting shouted at just gone midnight on the 16th of June. And we both fished on the pole. We'd converted some pole floats, so we'd taken the bristle off of the pole float, and we glued in one of those isotopes, or a little bit of plastic, and then we stuck the starlight or whatever it was in the top. So we've got a pole float that's glowing effectively, and we fished to hand with pieces of sweet corn, because you could do that in the dark. And we caught tension crucian, won a chuck out of Shorefields Lake for the next 12 hours. And I remember we put a keep net in each when it got sort of light, so about 7 o'clock in the morning. Another little indication on the tip there. And we fished for 5 hours. I remember we couldn't lift the keep nets out. We were just fishing some little tiny balls of ground bait that we could chuck in the moonlight and sweet corn. I think we probably went through about, I don't know, 6-ish cans of corn each. But we caught so many fish. You know, long before the days of taking a picture of it and stuff, but I wish we could have done. But he'll probably still remember that day. We had a great time. I think we were probably about 18. So I've had one fish on my silverfish line, except it's an F1 and it's too big, so it doesn't count as a silver. I've just had another little indication, and I'm meant to be catching silvers on this line, and not F1s. Just looking around to see if I've got them. Other wafters. Right, what's this? Ringers banded pop-ups. I always use orange, although I am going to have a cast with a pink and a cast with a yellow. So I'm going to get back out on that other line in a minute. I've had one fish, but I've had nothing since on this line, and I went to have a look. I've not caught the intended species, so I'm going to give it another 5 minutes. I'm going to bring it back out. I'm going to recast it 3 or 4 times, but some more ground bait out. And I'm going to go back out on the method. Although I do know that topping up's a bad idea. Maybe if I alternate half an hour between each method, we can do it like that. Avoid me needing to, or think I need to top it up. Yeah, let's do that. Right. And we'll leave this a few more minutes, bring it out, not put any bait in, go back out on the method, fish that for half an hour, and then do half an hour and keep swapping until I either catch some carp or I catch some silvers, and then I'm satisfied I've got some, and then I'll just stay out for carp. Something like that. This match plan. Jeb is fishing 14.5 metres in a 20-mile-an-hour wind with 40-mile-an-hour gusts. The guy's an absolute animal. And he's pinging pellets for carp. Charlie, who also knows, fishing opposite, he's fishing a short line on his pole. I don't think he's had a fish. And I haven't seen the other guy catch a fish either on the end peg. 130, 134, something like that. I can't remember what the end peg is there. 138. 4 off the edge anyway. Jeb can't hold his pole, he's getting a bit shouty. I'm not surprised he can't hold his pole, really. It's blowing a gale. Right, let's retire that. Get back out on that method. Switch that orange, which I never do. It's like, I'm never doing this. Let's put a pink wafter on. I'll try a pink and a white. bit short there. Right, give this 10 minutes, I think. But I'm going to recast that, I don't like that. So what we're going to do is I'll fish this next half an hour. I'll fish 2 different colours on the wafter. I'll go back out on the short line if I don't catch, and if I go back out on it afterwards, so the second time I go back out on it, I think I will try pinging a few pellets over the top. At that point I need to try and make something happen, and if I haven't caught by that point, then I need to do something. I can't just do this till the end of the match and not catch fish. So that's the plan. So we're in now, what, just gone. We'll leave this until 1/4 past. And then have another chuck and change the hook bait. Trying to encourage a bite by eating something. Getting a little bit chilly, although if we were over that far side it must be really chilly. So I do fancy this for a few carp today. As I was saying earlier, there's £40 has come out either side of this peg yesterday. You know, we are not in full winter conditions by any means. It's probably 10 degrees today. Maybe a bit colder with the wind, but it's certainly not what I would call winter fishing. There was plenty of fish caught yesterday all around the lake. So I'm surprised I've gone so long without a bite, but we'll see. Charlie's had a fish on the pole. Small F1, I think, by the look of it. Interestingly, someone's just come and parked on the far bank. Don't know if they realise there's a match on this lake today. Right. What have we got left? A couple more minutes on this cast. I'm sort of tempted to leave it though. Maybe leaving it's the right thing to do. Yeah, let's do that. Let's leave it. Okay, Jeb's got a fish on the pole. Well done. What has he got? A proper carp. Just trying to decide if that's going to change my mind on things. So he's had that carp, I believe, flicking a pellet whilst pinging pellets on the pole, 14.5 metres. So do those fish want a little bit of stimulation from pellets going in? I'm going to recast it, that's what it's going to make me do. I'll be less shy about putting a bit of bait in. Right, I'm going to cast on a pink wafter. Let's try a white one. Right, and let's give this till past then. And then I'll go and have a look on the short line. Get some more dead pinky ready. Right. Is that? Is that Mark? Hey! What is going on? If I didn't know better, I think that is England International Mark Eves on the far bank, and it I want to say it looked like he was litter picking. I don't know what car he drives. Maybe that's Mark. I think that's Mark. Okay, we might have a live interview later with it's not Mark, he certainly looks a lot like him. And if it is him, we will stop for a chat. Right, come on, carp. It's long enough now. I've had a couple of hours. It's nearly 11:30. It's time you ate something. Can that tip please go round? In another 5 minutes I'm going back on that short line. Well, whoever that is, they've stopped to talk to Jeb. I think that's Mark. I'm sure he'll jump at the chance to be on the stream live. Right. "25 past. Charlie's chucked his feeder out again and got it up, standing behind it, wishing it to go round. I'm starting to get a little bit cold. Guy opposite me's back on the pole again. He's got a fish on the pole. He's got green elastic out the tip of his pole. I can see slowly shipping it back. I've got one F1 and no real signs of life on this method line. So I can't believe he's got a bream on that pole opposite. He's put chopped worm in. And I suspect he's caught himself a carp. It can't be a bream, it's thumping around in front of him. The answer is, yeah, £8 carp. Right, 3 more minutes and then this is coming back in. And I'm going to go on that short line again and have another go at trying to catch myself a bream or a skimmer. Oh, slight movement on the tip. So that's what, 4, slight indications of it on that tip. All where I would have said it's just fish brushing into the line and not actual bites. But it's got a couple of minutes left. 2 minutes for that tip to bend round. Come on, fish. Just a little bit more water with those micros. And then I'll put a few micros in this ground bait. But that's it, time's up. Back on that short line. See if I can have another go at catching myself a silverfish. See? Give this half an hour, see what I can get. I'll put a few more micros in that, I think, that ground bait, just along that line. I'll put micros in this cast, or these 3 casts. Maybe I should have picked a green ground bait today. Maybe I've made a ground bait mistake, but let's see. All I need is 1 or 2 bream and I'll be happy. I've got some fish for the silverfish pool. The question I've got now is how am I going to get some carp on that bomb line, on that method line? Because I've fished it for an hour and a half now. And no, 2 hours and caught nothing. I've had no bites. There's a couple of indications. See, Charlie's fishing a different pole line now. He's fishing out in front of him, not to his left. Got. Let's do 10-minute casts on this. I've started off on 3 fluoro pinkies. Should be a nice standout bait. Oh, some more. Dead maggot as well, I think. Well, not a great first half of the match, I must say. We've got 1 F1 and I've had that on my silvers line. I've caught nothing on my carp line. I've got to think about what options are available to me now. I could ping some pellets on the carp line. I could ping some maggots over the silvers line. tricky, I'm not too sure. But if target weight was, you know, to win was 90, £100, that's currently written off. And I'm just wondering where the next fish is going to come from. The guy on my opposite, the end peg on the far bank, he's got, okay, he had a carp on the pole, he's got another fish on the pole, and I think it's another carp. Is that another carp? Might be an F1, it's not a bream. I thought he'd set that line up to catch a bream. What's that he's caught? No, I think that's another little carp. So I don't think he's catching what he planned, but he is catching. I think Charlie's had one fish, I think Jeb's had one fish. I think, not exactly sure. Guy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 pegs on the far bank. He's standing up behind his box, which is an indication he's not catching. And the wind is blowing right in their face, so he might just be doing it to try and keep warm. I think that's my pal Mark walking around on the far bank, so I expect he'll come around here in a minute. Jeb's just hooked another fish on the pole. It's like another carp. I think he's fishing, I think he's flicking a pellet. Yeah, I might do, Simon. It's currently just sitting there. I think maybe, as I said, the ground bait was a mistake, but I will give a single pinky a go. It's really good though. I need to be getting a better result than what I'm getting. Oh. carp just crashed to my right on the rope. And again. Oh, bit of indication on the tip then. Tiny though. Come on, fish. Oh, that was a bite. Go on, have another go. Right, we'll bring that in and have another look in the cast. Right. Take one of them pinkies off. Right, we'll do another 5-7 minutes on this, then I'll try a single dead maggot. Carp on the far bank. The guys that were standing up, he's got a carp on. There's a few fish starting to show. Quite a lot of activity in the last 20 minutes on that far bank that I can see. I have no idea what's going on to my left. I can't see a thing. And so everyone that I can see is caught. Certainly not different to the last time I was fishing the Syndicate Lake. Fishing for carp, catapulting in pellets, fishing the feeder over the top. Certainly a lot different to that. Morning, Dennis. How you doing? Welcome to scratching round for a bite on Christmas Eve. Right. I've got the wind off my back and I've suddenly decided it's a bit chilly. They got 35 mile an hour wind and gusts in their face on the far bank. I've fished this lake in this weather on that far bank and it can be miserable sometimes. Although they've all caught, so I'm not very sympathetic. My award, my admiration is currently going out to Jeb, who's fishing on the far bank. I think he's fishing pellet, flicking a pellet for carp, fishing it. He's fishing 14.5 meters in the wind, and it's got to be, I don't know what it is there currently, 20 mile an hour with 40 mile an hour gusts, and he's fishing 14.5 meters into the wind. It's phenomenal. But yeah, you join me at Gold Valley. Charlie's now fishing a method down his edge. You're fishing, join me at Gold Valley. I'm fishing the Christmas Eve Open on Syndicate Lake, and I was quite confident actually as we started. I got a load of room around me. Either side of me threw up 40 pound on yesterday's Open. I can't get a bite on the method, and I'm fishing a short line for some silvers, and I've had an F1 on it, so I'm trying to catch some silvers on the short line because I'm in the silverfish pool as well as the main pool, but I can't catch on either, so I'm scratching my head. We're just trying different hook baits, and this is my last cast short, and then I'm going long for carp again, so just going to try and keep alternating it, seeing if I can, you know, catch me a fish. But at the moment I'm thinking I'm going to have to do something different to try and get a bite. I'm not sure what that is. I might catapult some maggots over this short line, and I might fire some pellets over the method line. I don't know. I really don't know what to do right now to try and stimulate a bite. I might just have to be patient, but half the match is gone and I've got one F1 in the net. Yesterday it was one with 86 pound, I think it was. So we'll see. I think he's got 2 carp opposite me on the MPEG. I think Charlie's had 1 small fish, 1 F1. Jeb's had 2 carp, I think, on the pole. The next guy, I think I've seen him have 1 carp on the pole, although I'm not really watching him. But it's nice to be out either way, you know, catching a few fish. I'm going to fish this until 12, see what happens. I think my pal Mark's about to park up behind me in a second, so we'll have a quick chat, see what Coach Mark thinks about the situation. Or they might see that I'm streaming and he might just walk straight off. But yeah, out on Christmas Eve to catch a few fish. It's not quite going to plan right now. It's not that cold, it's just the wind. Oh, Charlie's fouled up to a fish on his front pole line. Saw the elastic come out, so now it's nothing. Maybe he's just fished that for carp. Because today I thought that we didn't have a long time to set up, so I thought I wouldn't bring the pole today. And the 3 people opposite me have all caught on the pole. I think maybe I made a bad choice. But it is what it is. Got another fish in the MPEG. What's that on this rod? What's that? Another lumpy carp, another 8 pound. Right, 2 more minutes and then I'm back on the method. Get back on it. Right, it's not Mark. answers that question. I thought it was a bit strange that it'd be picking litter up. Right. Let's get back out there. Right, what's the time? 12 o'clock. 2 hours left. Actually. Okay, Charlie's got another fish on his pole line. Maybe he has fed that for carp then. It's definitely a carp. It might be a skimmer. Yeah, skimmer I think. Or bream I should say. Oh, indication on the tip. Again, didn't really have it. I'm just wondering, is this it? You know, is this what I'm going to get? I don't think it's proper. I don't think it's proper bites. You know, I still expect the fish to be hooking themselves, but. Okay, that's another indication. Something there. I think it's just bashed it into the line. So I'm thinking about it now, but I think leaving the pole at home was the wrong choice today. First time I've left it at home ever. I didn't fancy setting everything up in an hour, but it then turned out we had a little bit longer and maybe I could have done it. Tip would go around, it would be appreciative. I would appreciate it, I should say. No, they're not. The guy in 104, he's had a couple of carp on the pole. I think he's fishing 11 metres. Charlie's fishing 11 metres in front of him. That's where he's had a carp and a skimmer. He's got to be fishing 11 metres because I can see he's struggling to hold it still right now. Jeb's fishing 14.5 metres. I think he's fishing a long line with a pellet. Charlie's fishing a skimmer rig, I think. He's fishing something. So no, Charlie was fishing short on the pole earlier down to his left. But he's sort of written that off. He's fed this line and he's sat on it. And he's just another bite. But so they're all fishing 11, 14, 11, 13 metres, something like that. It's really difficult in the wind though. I can see the pole swaying around all over the place. But I think he's had a skimmer, so, or a bream, so he'll be happy with that. The guy that was caught 2 on the pole, he's sitting on the feeder again now. He's had 1 on the feeder. Jeb is definitely pinging in pellets. So, lots of things. I was very confident I'd catch on the method today, but I'm still wondering about if I should fire pellets over the top. I think I'd kill it, and it's too windy in my mind to be accurate, and the bait will go all over the place. So I don't like the idea of it. I'm just going to keep a 10-minute cast and see what happens, I think. Just had a couple of indications that chuck, but not a bite that I would call a bite, you know. Just get the feeling there's some fish milling around, but what I can't sort of establish is why, if they caught yesterday, 40 odd pound, why I've not caught. Jeb's got another fish on the pole, another carp. Maybe that's what they were doing yesterday. Maybe they all fished the pole. I think I might have been caught out today. Maybe I should have fished the pole feeder. Thinking about fishing that for tomorrow, that's the problem, I think. as I was saying earlier, I'm going to try and do a little bit of a tour this week if I can, if the weather's not too terrible. Currently the Wednesday it looks awful, but over the course of next week and next weekend I'm going to try and fish a few venues. Tunnel Barn Farm, I'll go to Royal Berkshire, then I'll come back to Gold, maybe do a day at Willow Park and get out on the Thames. It should be a nice little week's fishing if it's not too cold and not too wet. Hopefully I'll get out. There's a fish. Oh, it's a thick old slab. Look at that. Oh, okay, right. That's changed things, isn't it? Right. That's my silverfish. Right. Look at that. Nice old bream. Right, so you're going in there. Right. So let me get this back out and I'll get my thoughts in. Right. So that's better than I wanted off of that short line. So I'm going to write that short line off, I think. Hold on a second. What do you reckon, Dennis? If it's too windy, if I wrap pellets in case of 5-minute cast. Yeah, I thought I started off on some 5-minute casts and I thought it was too much. And I was worried about putting too much bait in. I wasn't getting any indications at all. So the first part of the match I put out, I cast a couple of times, then I brought it in a bit shorter. I did a couple of 5 minutes, couple of 10 minutes. One at 15, I think. No indications. Just tiny little movements on the tip. And I don't know if it was bream. I got more of a feeling it was fish bumping into the rig or the line more than anything else. But because I've had that bream now on that long line, I'm tempted to just stay on that long line now and right off the short line. The short line was only to try and catch a couple of skimmers or a bream, and I've had one F1 on the short line. I think I've made a mistake with the ground bait today. And now I've caught a bream, I don't need to worry about going back on it. I can stay on this line. So that might be what I do. He's got another, I know he's trying to put some bait in. He's trying to put some bait in on the far bank. And the wind's got up as he's trying to do it. It definitely gives me some confidence on this line now. What is it? Just gone 1/4 past. I've got 1 hour and 3/4. I need to catch £100. I've got 3. Trust the old orange wafter. So I might shorten the casts, I'm not sure. Five-minute casts just feel a little bit short in this weather without catching, you know. I'm watching that tip. Ooh. Right, what we got? 20 past 12. Hour and 40 minutes left. Wind off my neck. Must be horrible if you're on that far bank today. come on, tip. Just go round. I'll leave it until I've passed. Just want to see if it will go, but tomorrow I'm heading back down to the I plan on doing Christmas Day on the Thames. I'm not completely decided where I'm going to fish yet. There's a peg I could fish on the feeder. If I get there and someone else is fishing, which may be unlikely on Christmas Day, but if I do get there and someone else is there, then that's pretty much written off. Always a few places where I might fish a pole feeder. The river's still pushing through too fast, really, but I think it might be just about fishable, so I'm going to be out on Christmas Day trying to catch some fish. At the moment I'm thinking I'm preferring the shorter walk and the pole feeder. I feel that's like the better option currently, but we'll see. Cast it. Rebounded a little bit there when I cast that out because the wind grabbed it. It's a little bit short. Leave it for 10 minutes. Oh, it's a bit chilly. But yeah, if I can fish the pole tomorrow on the pole feeder, I like the idea of that. I need to make a new pole feeder rig up, so I didn't keep the one from last week. I'll get that done tonight, no problem. Charlie's just put his net into his... He's just netted another fish. I didn't see what it was on the pole. Still very quiet, isn't it? Another fish for Charlie on the pole. It's done well. Conditions are awful over there for him. He's catching, I'm not sure if they're skimmers or F1s. I think that they're skimmers. But they're good size, £2–3 each. Yeah, it's a skimmer. That clarifies it. Thanks, Charlie. Maybe you're watching. Another chuck on that short line. I'm just curious now to see if I can get a fish off of it. It's only got an 013 bottom, so unless it's a bream or an F1, I'm in trouble anyway. But that bream was clearly not the indication of more bream, so another look on here. Bit of a wakey bite. Again, it's not a bream, I don't think. Well, it might be. Might be a big slab. I don't think it is though. I'm only on an 013 bottom, so I don't want to go too crazy pulling it. What's that then? No, that'd be a carp. That's definitely a carp, look. So I catch a carp on my oh, what am I going to do now? What am I meant to do that? That was on a single maggot and a pinky. Single dead maggot and a pinky on a size 18 on an 013 bottom. Right, I'm going to take that back out again and I'm going to tie myself new up length, something a little bit stronger. I don't think I've got anything bigger with me. SLWG 16s. Right, that'll do. It didn't want to do much, did it? quite typical of my winter fishing sometimes. Scale it down for silvers, especially at this venue. End up booking a carp, catch a carp, and scaling back up, then go and hook myself something different. It's all over the shop. And that carp was definitely well hooked in the mouth. It's a good old bite. And now I don't know whether I should stay on this same hook length or whether I should just step it up. That 015, although even on the 015 I'm not protecting myself against getting smashed up on the clip. I was late hitting that, I have hit it, and that is another fish. And it is another carp. Certainly feel about another carp. It's caught under a twig, which I need to get rid of. And it's caught the twig again. Lovely mirror that is. Right, I've got to come off that hook length. Got an hour and 10 minutes. Putting these magnets on so it doesn't blow away in the wind. Right, so we'll go from that 013 18 to an 015 16. Fingers and thumbs. Right, and we'll stay on the same bait. Dead red and a pinky. But now I feel there's a little bit more robustness in the rig. I'll probably get snapped up now. It's a bit more of a change old match now, isn't it? Got an hour and 10 minutes to go. And what do I look at? Some more pellets in that ground bait now. and maybe some more. Actually no, maybe I'll just leave it as that. I was going to put some dead maggot in it, but maybe I'll leave it so it's just ground bait, and the only maggot is my hook bait. Yeah, let's see. So it's probably a good time to do a bit of a summary now. I've come with intention to catch carp on the method. I maybe gone a bit early on that, and some silvers on a short feeder line, little cage. I ended up hooking an F1 on the short feeder line, and thinking that was a bad sign. I've caught myself a 3-pound bream on the method line, so I was happy I caught a silver. Then I've seen Charlie catch a few skimmers over the other side, so I thought I'm going to need to catch another bream or a little bit more. So I've come back on the short line and I've had 2 carp. And I'm now sitting there with a 0.15 size 16 on a single dead maggot and a single dead pinky, looking to catch carp on a short ground bait line. On a day that I thought I'd be catching some skimmers there, or hope for some skimmers there. But I did say, you know, if you top up on this venue, in this lake, the carp have a tendency to see that as an insult and decide to move in and eat everything. They just respond to the introduction of the bait and the noise. So you've got to be very careful about topping up on the pole. So maybe I should have expected it, and I didn't. If I had done, I would have tied some more hook lengths, but here we are. I wasn't really prepared for it today. It was a sort of spontaneous match, but I've just got to catch a few more carp now. I'm wondering if they had those weights, those 40-pound weights yesterday. I wonder if they were on the pole and they were carp with a few silvers. Don't know. But it's certainly not going to plan. But you know, that's matches, right? They don't, and you've got to be open to some different ideas and do some stuff differently and adjust. But you also got to take the fish that are there when they're there, you know. Now I've still got that hook length. I don't think the fish are shy. Verby says I should have maybe put definitely another fish there. That's an indication. I think it's a fish bashing the line. I don't think it's a bite. I'll put my hand on my rod while I look around. But yeah, maybe I should have tied that to an 0.17. But 0.15 is plenty strong enough if the fish are pretty lethargic. As long as I don't drag it in, I'll be fine. Just gives me a little bit more peace of mind against the breakage than an 0.13. This one I've got is clipped. So if the bite is aggressive, you've got to have a bit of give. So we're going to keep this to 5-minute casts now as well. If the carp are around the peg and they feed in, and you know, I've got no fear of either attracting more by the increased casts or the amount of bait I'm putting in, because it's only a tiny little feeder anyway. If I get no fish in 30 minutes, I'll know that hook length change made a negative difference, and I'll put that 013 back on again. Something like that, we'll see. That's an indication. 2 bites I had were good, positive bites. That little movement on the tip, I'm never sure when I'm fishing this venue whether that's a bite or whether that's a fish bumping into the line. There's so many fish, and generally the bites are so aggressive. You know, I don't fish holding the rod, you know, I haven't done for years at this venue. You know, when you get a bite, it pulls the rod round, you've got to worry about grabbing it, but it's not a venue where I hold on to the rod. Just over 5 minutes. Yeah, it's funny suddenly catching carp on this line. If they're not totally surprising, but something I wasn't prepared for. First carp was about £6, I think. Second one's about 4 or 5. F1's a couple of pounds, £12, and then £3 skimmer, £3 bream. Right, what have I not had another bite? Come on, carp. Wakey, wakey. Maybe that size 16 that looks a bit too big to these carp. Who knows? Let's put another maggot on it. windy Christmas Eve. I've got 4 fish in the net. I'm confident for a few more, but let's see. Maybe I've had my 2 fish on this line. I think what we'll do is we'll have this cast, and then I'm going to change that hook length back again, just to see. No, it's an indication. Well, I think there's something around there. And now I'm holding my rod, which I never do. I'm going to let go of it again. Because I've had those couple of small indications. Excuse me, I'm not sure if I'm going to get, you know, decent bites, but the last 2 bites have been proper bites, so I should be confident, yeah. Well, that's a bit strange, isn't it? I can't believe that those carp are hook shy to that 16 versus an 18 and a 0.15 versus an 0.13. I can't believe that's the case. That's all right, and then, oh no, there's a hook and line there. You know, they're not bream, they're not roach. Good indication. Then, if I was intentionally fishing for them, I'd fish with an 0.19 bottom, you know. No, I am intentionally fishing for them, but you know, I've scaled it down, but I don't think that's necessary, or whether it's necessarily making that big a difference. I'm jumbling my thoughts, trying to work out why I've not got another bite. I've changed the hook length. But I can't believe it's because of that. No, I don't know. I can't see into the minds of the fish, but you know, I've gone from having 2 fish to no fish, so I'm going to pull this hook length off. Got a mag on it so it doesn't blow away, and I'm going to put this one back on. And then only one of 3 things can happen now, which is I get a bite and go, wow, it did make a difference. I'm shocked, and I would never have believed it. I get snapped up and I go, okay, well, there's a lesson learned. Or I don't get a bite and I conclude it wasn't the heavier hook length that was causing the problem. So one of those 3 is going to happen in the next 5 or 10 minutes. I don't know which. But place your bets now. Am I going to catch another fish, get snapped up, or not catch? One of the 3 is going to happen in the next 10 minutes. I'm not thinking about that though, Dennis. I'm thinking, if anything, I'm going to chuck the method long again for 10 minutes and try and catch a carp out there. I kind of like this, catching the carp on this, you know, lighter rig with this little ground bait feeder. I kind of think it's cute. Not, you know, not how I'm normally fishing for them, you know, lashing in 8mm pellets. But I do just want to see whether it was, you know, did I just have 2 carp come along, mooch about in the bed? I think that's pretty unlikely, really. Let's see. I'll give it another couple of minutes. 5-minute cast. If I don't catch, I'll chuck the method out. But I've just gone 20 minutes now without another bite. And whilst I want to say all day long, I don't think that makes a difference. 18 to 16 and 013 to 015, but you know, maybe it does, and I'm going to find out. We'll try and find out anyway. Maybe they've eaten all that chopped worm that I put in. Maybe that's the difference. The reason I don't want to chuck that method short is I'm clipped up, and I don't want to drop another pile of bait somewhere else. If they're having it, do you know what I mean? And I thought it was a load of fish, and I wouldn't be so worried about it, but you know, I'd quite happily throw the method over the bomb line type thing. Well, makes me think it's not the hook length. Maybe it was just 2 fish. Could have been. If I talk this way, maybe I'll get another bite. But yeah, maybe it was just. No, that was an indication. Right. Just a tiny little like that. And maybe that's it for the. These have been good bites, you know. Now the jaw is really out. Now the jaw is out. Time's at 1/4 past. Okay, another indication. Sitting on my hands though. Well, not sitting on them, but I want a bite. Doesn't develop though, look. Right. Let's get this in. Chuck that on there for a second. Probably catch myself another bream. Just switch this back off again. Right, come on. bream on the method. We'll stay here for 10 minutes and then we'll finish by fishing that little cage feeder for the last half hour, because that seems to be more likely if I don't get a bite off of this. I'd like a bite off of this, don't get me wrong. £20 carp right now would be quite handy. But yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is the point to say that if you're not subscribed to the channel, if you can hit that subscribe button, I'd really appreciate it. It's a free way to support the channel and helps with the visibility, and if you turn the notifications on, you can see when I'm live and that type of stuff. And the other thing is, tune in this week for hopefully a bucket load of fishing, as I attempt to get out in the weather, as long as it's not too bad, over the course of this holiday, starting tomorrow with a trip down the Thames. And I'm going to do a little visit of a few venues down this way. I'll do another day at Gold, probably a day at Royal Berkshire, maybe a day at Willow Park, a day at Tunnel Barn Farm. I'll just check which places have got matches on which days and try and avoid them, and then try and catch a few fish in a few different places. I'm not too sure of the ability to stream at Tunnel. I did in the summer, but it's a bit hit and miss. And then also Royal Berkshire is an unknown, so I don't know if I'll be able to stream there, but we'll see. I'll take the cameras, and if it's not a stream, then I'll punch up a video afterwards. And I'll try and avoid Wednesday. I think Wednesday's the day of doom in terms of the rain, but we'll see. Right. Well, it's not the quick response I wanted always, you know. I always like it when the feeder hits the water, and then by the time it hits the bottom and the rod's set and it's gone off, but we'll give it till past. Another big bream is always welcome, but a carp would be better. Then I'll come short on that feeder line again. Like another skimmer or small F1 for Charlie on the far bank. He's done well on that pole line. Those conditions over there are horrible. Oh, it's a bit chilly, isn't it? come on, where's my bite? Oh, that tip moved. It's got 5 minutes to go round. And then I'm retiring it. Okay, it's trying to go round. That could well be a bream. Just deciding whether it's going to grab that wafter or not. Okay. That looked more like a liner than the way that it sort of slowly worked its way forward, then jerked backwards a little bit. You probably can't see any of this on the camera. These are just smallish movements on that tip, but I can spot them. If it's going to have it, it's going to have it, and it's going to go round, because that's just the way it is. So these little indications are nice, but I would never hit them. Nothing I would strike against. I've tried a pink and a white. I'm only going to leave it out for another 3 minutes. I did try a pink and a white earlier. Nothing happened. Giving it its chance. One more minute and I'm off it. goes. Right, we're going to go for one dead red, two dead fluoro pinkies. I'm going to put back in another blob of chopped worm. Because maybe that was bringing him in. I'm going to bite straight away then. The feeder's not emptied. Felt more like an sort of an F1 sort of thing, that did. Right. If anything, I'm just trying some stuff out for fishing a match here again. Right, let's check more chop worm then. That was definitely a bite. Right, what's the time? 1:30. Right, get some more chop worm ready. A little blob. That's weird, no, nothing. Might have cast over the back of a fish. But I did think that that red maggot looked a bit stretched, which is why I pulled it off and swapped it. Another fish for Charlie on the pole. No, it came off. 22 because I did 2 casts. I've just had that little indication, so maybe need to leave it a bit. I scrapped it straight away. It's an F1, got to be an F1 doing that. Surely that's an F1. Yeah, it's an F1. One was red maggot and 2 fluoro pinkies. Getting a bit husky. What a funny old match. I like days like this though. It's quite interesting. Right. Let's get some other dead pinky ready. So I get tiny little indications. I've had it all today, tiny little indications, some decent bites, some fish slamming it on the drop, or as soon as it's hit the deck, F1's in the peg. Maybe there's more F1, I often think there's more F1s in this lake now than I realise. And you can have a good old go at catching F1s in this lake now, during the winter months. I think Charlie's had a couple of F1s on the pole. I'll ask him if I see him before we finish, before we leave. enough for a couple of fish. And then we got 20 minutes. Okay, a couple of little indications then. I struck that too early, that was a bite. Funny old match. So if you're just tuning in, you've not been here for a while, I do intend to go fishing tomorrow. Christmas Day stream on the River Thames, I think. Get out somewhere local. And I'm still umming and ahhing. I've got a choice between a feeder peg, which I fancy for some bream, or I fancy fishing the pole feeder. Again, I'm not too sure, but I'm going to try and get out tomorrow. Only the weather's going to stop me. Well, I've got clearly a bit of a cold, but that's not anything to worry about. But I do plan to get out again and quite have a quite a busy week if I can. I'm visiting quite a few venues. So you might see me pop up on some other platform. I'm gonna I've got to check some stuff out in terms of broadcasting or restreaming to Facebook, Instagram, Twitch at the same time. I want to check it out, and I'll do it this week. I'll tie some rigs and stuff and have a chit chat, and I want to get that sorted out this week. But maybe not tonight. Right, come on fish. Clearly those F1s, you know, were slamming into that bait straight away. Yeah, maybe they're having that on the drop. It's certainly a better second half than the first half. I think I was blanking up to halfway through. And I had a bream on the method, and then I thought that I would just stay on the method, but then I got tempted back on the little ground bait feeder because I thought I needed some more silvers, and I ended up catching a couple of carp, and I had a F1 on this line originally. So it's quite interesting, this pole run. I think there's options for F1s as well as bream and carp obviously, but so I think I need to not make the mistake again about thinking the pole's not a good idea. Just a shame I didn't catch bunch of carp to the rope on the method, but you know, that's how it goes. What we got? 6, 10, 12, 14, maybe 17 pounds, something like that. I had 40 pound either side of me, but maybe if I was fishing the pole I could have done some more damage today. Neither of those carp have been you know, energetic, I would have got them in on 011 on a blue hydro, I'm sure. So Charlie's got another fish on the pole opposite. Plenty of elastic out of his pole, and I can see it, so it might be a white hydro. It's an F1, I think, for sure. So I think he's had a few F1s and a few skimmers on that pole line over there. Give it another minute or so, then we'll recast again. Bury a bit of chop worm in the middle. That looks like a better piece of chop worm. Maybe a better bait today would have been a bit of worm with a fluoro pinky, I'm not sure. I need to fish it a couple of times. I'm not fishing it often enough to find out, you know. That's the only problem. There's some indications there, and I wonder if that's F1's just hitting that feeder because of the worm, but I would expect it to move more, you know. If that was the case, I'm not sure. Right, 10 more minutes. I'm coming to a close and I'm hopeful for a bite instead of coming to a close and despondent because I've not had anything for an hour. So a very nice match to fish before Christmas. I hope everyone has a nice Christmas day tomorrow. We've already had ours a couple of days ago. So I know how Christmas Day turns out. It turns out quite nice. I think there's a few things I'd have done differently today if I'd have had my time again. The pole would have been out for sure. I'd have fished a green ground bait, not a brown one. And And I think the method would still be the same. I don't think I'd have done anything different there. I still would have chucked a method towards that rope. That buoy has put me off a little bit, so I've dropped a little bit short of it. I was worried. There's an extra buoy out in the lake. I don't really know why. There's the main rope, and there's a white buoy anchored. And I would say it's at least a metre closer to me than the rope. So I ended up coming shorter than I would normally fish. I don't think it makes that much of a difference, but it's a thing. And so I think that would just, I could have caught more on the pole. And if I was coming back tomorrow, then I would I'd definitely be looking to catch quite a few fish on the pole, based off of where it's been today with this line, which is about 20 metres, I would say. It's not too far off the pole line. It's a short little chuck. Yeah, look, Charlie's, I can see he's got another fish on the pole. He's caught well on the pole. I've said that about 5 times, and Jeb's got one on the pole too, but Jeb's will be a carp and Charlie's will probably be an F1. Let's have a look. Charlie's stripping elastic back. His net is fish, which is a small fish. I'd say it's an F1. Jeb's is just thumping around in front of him, so that's a carp, gotta be. Yeah, Charlie's is a couple of pound and Jeb's is 8 pound. So interestingly, watching those two gentlemen today, Charlie's caught on the pole. In front of him he's caught some F1s. I've seen one skimmer, I think. Not sure what else he's had. Jeb's had 3 carp, I think I've seen him have on the pole. He's invariably probably had more, but I think he's fishing pellets and pinging pellets. Maybe he's just fishing hard pellet on the deck. But well, what I'm sort of curious about is why Jeb hasn't spent more time on the lead or on a feeder to the rope. It's just, you know, he's fished a pole most of the match today, if not nearly all of it, which I wouldn't have expected. There's just got to be some reason for that. This might be the last cast of the match. So it would be nice to get into the warm today. It's a little bit chilly. I had another top on earlier and I took it off. I was getting a bit warm, and then ironically now a bit cold. As ever, I'll do a little post-match description, probably not more than I've said, but I'll write a little summary. And I've got to do a better one for the club match that I fished last Sunday. I know that's still updating, out of to be done on the video on YouTube. I don't think I'll make an edit today. I've got another camera, it's been catching some footage. Maybe I'll make a few shorts out of the day, but maybe not a full-blown video. I've not caught a lot, and I've not had a lot to say really about the rigs and stuff. It's been pretty simple today. But I'll leave it up and put it up as a live and people can watch it later on. As I've said, a much better second half than first half. And 4 of the 5 fish that I've had have all come off this short little open-ended feeder line, which is a little bit further than my pole, so it's about 22 metres maybe. Not far at all. But we're into the last couple of minutes. So we're not finished yet, Dave Dennis. There's another whole week before the new year yet, and I'm going to definitely be out. Have a good Christmas, and if I see you then call, and if not then call too. I would like another bite. I've got 3 minutes. Come on, fish. One more bite. We've got 2 minutes. Maybe just under. Should have put micros in the ground bait from the off as well for that little feed. I should have thought about that. Oh, maybe that was it. That was my bite. I'll strike that. There we go. That's the last fish for sure. Very grateful it came back for that. There we go. Look, just too big to get hold of in there. Right, I don't ever do this, but I'll call that a day. There we go. Last fish of the day. Nice little F1 cut pound. And with that, the final whistle should go, he says. Don't make me regret it. Come on, final whistle go. There we go. I was going to regret that then. Right. As I said, everyone, I'll get weighed in, get home, let you know the results. You can catch them on Gold Valley's website. They'll be up on there as well before I post them. So if you want to see it before I end up getting around to it, then feel free. Thanks for tuning in. As always, if you've enjoyed the video and the content, hit that subscribe button, and I will see you on the next one. Maybe tomorrow, maybe not. Right, have a good day, and I wish